something interesting though. This time around, this tier list is special. Because I wanted to make this tier list a bit sort of different, I figured, you know what? This time, I'm going to live stream it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing though. When it comes to Yoshi's Island, or the Yoshi games though, obviously I'm a Yoshi, so, well, let's be completely honest and figure, most likely that makes sense. I like Yoshi. I like a lot of Yoshi games. And the Yoshi games have something that's honestly very much clever. And that being that Yoshi games have this little thing that actually makes, actually honestly, Kamek a really solid villain. And that being the fact that literally Yoshi games themselves do the following. They go ahead and they basically take a regular enemy and they supersize it. I
Oh, yeah, that's
mean,
right.
what what more cooler do you have to get to have a Yoshi boss that goes from small to all of a sudden big boss, right?
Oh, yeah, that.
That is honestly kind of cool. Not gonna. That's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie, and I like that. So
hmm
for this whole thing, we're gonna be going ahead and going to different Yoshi's Island bosses.
Wait, did you say you made this tier list?
Yes, I made it myself.
Uh,
Oh, but did I ever send it to you?
no, you didn't. You never. I
Ha!
mean,
I am
what?
completely forgetful.
It's like, how am I supposed to rate
Ironically enough, the
the
one thing
boss?
I forgot to do that everybody else did. Haha! Do not
Yeah,
worry. I did not forget this time around. I'll make sure.
yeah, because like, how am I supposed to rank the bosses? Like, oh, you have a tier list.
Whoopsies.
Yeah.
Let's pretend I did not do that. Oh, never mind. So, okay. Realistically speaking, so we turn bosses though. So we're starting with, here's our order type of thing. Now, obviously, I've looked at different videos in particular. We have,
Let's see what
nope,
we got. Okay, Poochie
sorry, no.
approves.
Here we go. So, obviously, I have not chosen Proficient Gaming videos because honestly, well, I want to give other creators a chance to show off their different boss fights, you know.
Yep.
And granted, eventually I'll be playing through all the Yoshi games. Now, technically, if you're curious, I have actually played Yoshi's Crafted World and Yoshi's Woolly World. So,
Yeah, there's like on the channel. That's mostly like the only two Yoshi games you played on the channel.
as a matter of fact, though, let me show my channel first for a brief moment. Because actually, I'll even show you right here. We can always find them. Let me just find Yoshi's. I could probably just look up Yoshi's store instead. Yoshi plush. When did I play Woolly World again?
Ah,
No, I should remember World because I remember Woolly World is the one that had the thumbnails. Woolly World was one of the series I did different thumbnails though, right?
yeah.
I know Crafted World was another thing as well. Oh, here we go. Aha! Here's Crafted World. Here's Yoshi Crafted World, and Woolly World should have been up ahead. I know I didn't. Ah, here it is. Found it.
Yeah.
So yes, Woolly
Oh,
World, and yes, there was also the Yoshi Woolly World I did. And that was sort of a joke bonus thing. And yeah, it was on the 3DS version. And the reason why I did the 3DS version was because I actually had more stuff than the Wii U version. Plus, also,
yeah.
streaming Wii U games is not easy. So, yeah, let's quote like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I could like I said, I did. Well, I got the Wii U version.
And Yoshi's Crafted World. Now, obviously, the very first time I ever streamed this game, something slightly different happened. I freaking messed up. This is the first time I actually had the issue with Twitch, though, which is actually why things are a bit slightly different. I believe I showed off all the levels, though. I had already 100% them all. I also
Yep.
fought the first mid boss, which was that one enemy right there. The
Yep.
little pirate guy you face off against. And then, boom. I believe there's those other boss fights as well. I think I didn't do as much in particular, but I had not fought actually the first major boss just yet. I only did a few levels in particular But that was basically what Crafted World was.
Yep.
Until the very end, though, where yes, I believe actually the Chemic finale part. In this case in particular, you notice how there's two players right there. That was me with my at the time best friend, where he and I actually had to play the fight together. So I'm gonna actually make sure to make note and tell you literally, if you're curious, there's a reason why this fight was. First off, and I personally have to think about this. I also kind of showed him. I actually had to show him basically this level in particular and how difficult it was to understand the entirety of that fight, though. Allow him to get used to the game. We had some fun messing around a little bit, just having fun. Like honestly, I think one thing Yoshi's Craft World you should do in particular is play with a friend, but don't take yourself seriously. Okay,
Huh.
I recommend
You
this.
know, maybe
I
I can.
recommend this what you do. And
You
actually,
know what? Maybe I can invite Ninja, and maybe me and him can do it.
actually, I would do this since the Nintendo Switch 2 is a possibility. I would do a 100%
Oh,
series of Yoshi's Crafted World multiplayer 2v2 player and do the whole game. No costumes, everything. 100% the entire series. Here's the thing though. The Kamek fight is difficult. Now the fun part is like it's kind of a lot of fun though. It's just a little fun you could do with the game. It's not serious though, but it's like you get that little fun sort of thing, and like it's just fun with a it's fun with a friend though. Like this is Crafted World easily you get honestly in my opinion has a whole thing you need to do. In fact,
actually,
that's what I recommend is literally to
actually,
do
you know what? I'm gonna see if I can beat the game, and then if we ever do this, then I can join you.
play the you should play the game solo first at least and try to remember the Kamek fight is possible to beat solo. I just struggled with it like hell. And yes,
Oh, you just
obviously
struggle
in
with
these
it.
playlists right here, which if you guys are curious, you guys can watch all these playlists. Yoshi's Crafted World and Yoshi's Woolly World. And yes, I will play Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's
Yep.
Island DS and Yoshi's New Island and Yoshi's Story. I will play all these games. I
Mm-hmm.
just currently right now have only played those. So as a matter of fact though,
Yeah, we.
I have yes played these games. So let me just first off add onto this video description in particular Yoshi's Woolly World. Remember,
Yep.
these are all 100% playlists. And as a matter of fact, though, that Kamek battle was the last thing left to 100% Yoshi's Crafted World for me. And if you look at the previous stream, though, yes. And also, refind the previous bosses again with the difficulty spikes or the different challenges in mind. Because in fact, all the bosses, you once you beat the game, you have to refight the bosses again. They're much more difficult. Trust me, some of these fights, but some of these boss fights are actually not easy. And I'd recommend honestly
Yeah.
just like these are all definitely 100%. So stay tuned for all that sort of fun stuff. And yes,
Yep. And who knows? Like, probably in the near future, Nintendo will probably make another Yoshi game.
yes, exactly. So
And,
yes, right
and
now.
who knows?
So
Actually, what they
first
should.
things first is basically Yoshi's story. Now Yoshi's story is a relatively basic game. To
Yep.
put it simply, though, many of these here's the different tiers you've seen though. You have the Poochie approves, which is S tier. You have Happy Yoshi tier. You have level clear Yoshi. So in other words, Poochie tier proves is basically Poochie, smiling, his happy face, happy Poochie stuff. Happy Yoshi tier is basically Yoshi's Crafted World where Yoshi does the little victory dance if I showed you for, if you saw, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
when you saw this right here. Oh, when you saw this basically.
Yep.
Like this is basically Happy Yoshi tier. basically Happy Yoshi tier.
Yep.
We then have level clear Yoshi, which is obviously whenever when Yoshi clears a level from Yoshi's Island, he throws the baby.
Yep.
Yoshi Poker Face. We'll get to that tier list in particular. You know exactly what I
Yep.
mean, because there's definitely a funny moment that deserves this whole tier list. There's sad Yoshi
Yep.
noises, which is probably never Yoshi. Yeah,
Ah,
basically. Yep, Yoshi loses. Or more like sad Yoshi noises from Yoshi's story, because actually, in Yoshi's story, if you lose all your flower points in the level, though, Kamek just literally takes Yoshi and takes you away. Yes. Let me show this off first. Hold on a sec. I know Yosho. Yoshi's story. Kamek takes Yoshi. Uh, Yoshi's story. Kamek taking away Yoshi. Because actually, I believe you can find it, but if you. Uh, Yoshi's story. Losing a life. Here we go. Here we go. So just watch here. If your thing right there, is right there before how this thing how it's like that goes down at the very end. This is what happens. And yes, yes, it also comes with every single Yoshi though. So
yep.
yes, if you actually lose a Yoshi in
So,
particular, this is actually what happens. Like, so we're finish the game for a moment. I know we have to bring this guy up, but here you go. If you lose, return to the same course, yes. And what happens though is if you return to the same course though again, you'll show see like just show a brief. Here's like a good long play. This is good. What you'll see in particular is this. I'm gonna show off a little bit brief moment, but basically, see how the Yoshi right there, here, boom. So the 6 Yoshis. This is also where I get to play actually the black and white Yoshi because those are actually secret unlockables. But if a Yoshi ever loses a life though or gets defeated, that Yoshi's taken away and you can't play that Yoshi again. Yeah, kind of an interesting twist if you think about it. So in a sense,
yep.
your lives are actually based on how many Yoshis you have left. Yes, your lives are your Yoshis. Now that's actually an interesting concept. So if you lose a Yoshi, you lose a life though, is solid 4, that Yoshi disappears. So we're gonna go ahead
And,
and look at different
and the
bosses.
Yoshi,
So Yoshi's story is the first one
and
up.
the
Now these are the 5 bosses in Yoshi's story. Now for you guys to know, yes, the Bowser Jr. fight or Baby Bowser fight is pretty much the same. It's just 2 phases.
Mhm.
So, we can hear the audio.
Oh yeah. Oh, hi, Stardust Dragon.
That's Cloud and Candy.
Yep. That's where that post came from.
Yeah. Let's just say, if you want me to be honest about this fight, Yoshi Story does not have really that great bosses in general.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
We're starting off with low points though. Okay,
Yeah,
we have to start off the week the when the I'll be honest, the weakest game in the Yoshi series. Like Yoshi's New Island, as much as criticism it gets though, at the very least the bosses in that game. Oh shit, I should put them backwards. At least the bosses in that game are actually kind of, well, good. Although also, did I actually get?
did you what?
Where's, I know I have Baby Bowser though, but where's regular Bowser? Did I forget regular Bowser
Uh,
though?
that's a good question.
No, I didn't forget regular Bowser. I should not have forgotten regular Bowser. That's his Baby Bowser.
Oh yeah, because you forgot probably regular Bowser for
No,
yeah
I shouldn't
Yoshi.
have. Should have forgotten regular Bowser though, because regular Bowser should be on there. I'd have to. Holy crap! I actually pulled a Mel.
Ha ha ha! Very funny.
Hey, you know what? Hey, allow me to make that one joke. Is
Okay, fine. You want it's your birthday week. I'm gonna allow you to make the joke.
yeah, here we go. You know what? This is good. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna add this screenshot, this download type of thing. So if you have this tier list yourself though, add this image on there.
Yeah, just yeah, just just send the image. And then I will add the image
Now,
on there.
obviously when it comes to final boss fights, we're gonna look at both phases and combine them into one. Okay.
Okay.
If you have so Stardust, if you have the tier list yourself, I'm gonna add this to you as well, just so you know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna send this to you. Add this on there. Okay. I swear I thought I added them all in there, but I must have probably missed it and skipped it.
Ah, the one from Yoshi's UI.
Yes. There's also why I chose specifically certain pictures of about Baby Bowser though, not just
Actually,
one.
actually, this is one question about Yoshi's Island DS. Do you actually fight Adult Bowser in the Yoshi's Island DS? I know he's in the game. I never played Yoshi's Island DS.
No, I played Yoshi's on DS. Actually, a friend of mine in high school actually let me borrow the game, and I beat the game on a trip though. It's that kind of short though. Yoshi games are not really known for being that long. And honestly, one thing I do actually like though is that Yoshi games
Yeah.
actually have this very special bonus level that's extremely difficult, but it's purposeful. I guess we got sidetracked for a brief moment. I guess in Cotton Candy. What are your thoughts on the fight?
Clown Candies. Remind me of which Yoshi, like
Story.
Yoshi game that.
Yoshi's story. We're doing Yoshi's
Yoshi
story
Store.
first. Here's the thing.
Mm,
Here's the thing with Yoshi's story though. Yoshi's story is known for being
yeah.
relatively easy.
Yeah.
The only difficulty I can really give Yoshi's story for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Wait, did I skip any? Wait, there should be 11 bosses in Yoshi's Island DS. Hold on a sec. Uh, I need to check first. Big Bungee Piranha Plant. Fuck, I forgot that guy. Okay, let me just see.
You forgot another boss, did you?
Yeah, I did. I thought I had added it on there. You know what? I made the joke once. I'm not gonna make the joke a second time around. I already made one.
Yep.
No, one classic Mel joke a stream. Okay,
Yes.
one Mel
And I'm
joke.
allowing it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna add this one on there as well because I need to add this one. I'm gonna send it to you as well. So
Okay.
hold on a sec. Obviously, this is another boss for Yoshi's Island DS.
Hmm.
I gotta make sure I've added one more in particular. So hold on a sec while I make sure to check them all. So I need to check if I have them all. So give me one moment while I do that. Uh, let's discuss the bosses in Yoshi's in particular in general. Wait. Let's see. I gotta look at all the bosses though. We're ignoring Bowser. There's 11 bosses. Oh, there's not 11 bosses though. Actually, wait, Yoshi's not too much of an issue, but they only did one list anyway. Okay, so we're back. Hopefully, I didn't lose a stream though on both sides. YouTube's pretty good, but Twitch probably got reset. So, okay. So first things first. So Twitch doesn't really matter as much, but YouTube is much more important. Okay, so let me see. I got the, I got, I got the fish, plant, Burt Brothers, Stilt Guy, Gooey. Wait, do I have Gooey Guy? Is there? Uh, Mel, do you see a? Oh yeah, there he is. The guy. There he is. There. I see him.
Okay.
Hector, Moltz, Priscilla, Six Face Sal. No, we're not. Hector. That's little face ghost guy. The fat bird. Is the fat bird on there? Ah, shit. It looks like he's not on there. Oh, because it's a GIF sprite. Fuck. Priscilla's there, and that's why it's not showing up though. It's because it's a freaking GIF. That's why it's not showing up. Because it's a freaking GIF. That part is just dumb. It's a GIF. So
Are you
okay.
fucking kidding? Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Seriously, a GIF? What the?
Well, that's when I downloaded it though at the time. It would probably work perfectly fine, but nope, guess not. So add those three on there. You're gonna need to add these three, okay?
Okay. I.
And that is all the bosses we have missed, okay?
Okay. Hold on. Just to be okay. You're absolutely sure this is all of them now, right?
Yes. Now you should have right now 5 bosses from Yoshi's story. You should have 12 bosses from Yoshi's Island. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 from Yoshi's Island DS. You should have 12. You should have 13 from Yoshi's New Island. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You should have 12 for Yoshi's Woolly World. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And Crafted World has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we should have all bosses set up and everything and ready.
Yep. I'm taking a gander. Just to, looks like it.
Yep. So let's do a brief clean of the screen and then get started with the next part of the list. So yes,
Yep.
understand though, Yoshi's Story is not going to have really that great bosses. It's the first Yoshi. It's the oldest Yoshi game in the series. And as a matter of fact, though, each Yoshi game come out. If you look at each list of everything Yoshi series, scroll down the line. First off, obviously, Super Mario Yoshi's Island. In fact, Yoshi's Island technically came out first, but if you look at the original version, it came out in 1995. Now, I actually played the 2002 Game Boy Advance version. That's what one I played. Universal Gravitation are topsy turvy. I excluded that one in Yoshi Touch and Go. Those are not really much Yoshi games. There's actually no bosses. And Yoshi's Universal Gravitation or Yoshi's Topsy Turvy. There's only two bosses in that entire game. And one is actually literally a
Yeah,
fake cardboard Bowser, and one's actually an actual cardboard Bowser, and I'm not going to count that fight because it is a complete nothing. So,
and
Yoshi's
I
Island was
mean,
the first one, then there's Yoshi's Story, then you have Yoshi's Island DS, Yoshi's New Island, Yoshi's Woolly World, and then Yoshi's Crafted World, which is the last
mhm.
game in the series. And I also excluded Yoshi games like Yoshi. Yoshi is not even a game is a game in particular. Yoshi Cookie, Yoshi Safari. I actually skipped Yoshi's Tetris Attack, which is I believe actually a Japanese. I think it might have been. I think it's actually no. There's a very first. The Tetris Attack actually is kind of interesting one in particular because it's actually one of the first times you get to see actually other Yoshi enemies in the game actually kind of talk back. There's other stuff in particular was added in some ideas though, but I would say honestly, one Yoshi game that I would want to play though, out of all of these in particular, is Tetris Attack. But yes, Yoshi is known for having some very interesting games. So let's continue onward from the.
God damn it.
Another boss up ahead. And this is Invisiboo. Actually, this is actually kind of a clever fight in its own right with the whole gimmick, which I'll definitely give it credit though. Although it is kind of it's not a difficult fight though, but it is actually a solid fight in its own right with its own gimmick though. It's short and basic though, but honestly, level clear Yoshi. Because one thing I do I have to give credit for the Yoshi games with the ghost-like bosses that they do is actually something actually very clever. What they do is actually they actually take advantage of the ghost's abilities. No other boss in other Mario games actually does this. Seriously, like name a Mario boss that actually makes the ghost enemies in a Mario game that makes the ghost enemies actually use their ability of their main signature ability of going invisible. And this is not even actually a ghost enemy. Like, give yourself credit for that. You know?
Yeah.
You could say King Boo in Mario Kart DS goes invisible.
Well, okay, you know what? Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'll give you that one.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
That's more coin farming than really a boss fight.
But if you count really, but if you didn't count spin-offs and kind of mainline games, no other game really's done that.
Bitch.
What?
Son of a bitch! Why
What?
did the tier list crash on me? God damn it. Not damn it. Why did this fucking hold on, refreshing. Looks like I'm doing
one Boo in the Boo house in, I think, Mario Party, not Mario Party, Mario Bros. 3 or Mario World, but yeah, that's the only really one.
Oh yeah, the Big Boo fight, the Big Boo
Yeah.
from the Super Mario World.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Okay.
only one, really.
Well, even then though, it didn't really use it much in particular. It just like stayed up top and stayed hard to see until it became visible. All right, next one.
Mhm.
Oh. Cloud Gen.
Oh, Yoshi has some of the weirdest bosses. Mario too, but
Yes.
Yoshi is even weirder sometimes.
Honestly, kind of an interesting fight though if you think about it with this gimmick. Except,
It just looks weird for me.
well, Just Story's a very basic game. And also really easy, which is probably why. Honestly,
Yeah,
oh, wrong one. Trust me, the better Yoshi boss fights happen much later on. There's a reason why I chose Yoshi Story first, though. I wanted to get over the kind of the not as great Yoshi game though, to the better ones.
yeah. It's like once we get the, because like to be honest, I don't really remember much of Yoshi's story.
That's the thing. One thing I do
Like,
know about Yoshi Story though is well this. Hold on a second.
mm,
This also, I think it's Yoshi's story,
Yes,
where in the credits or something,
opening thing.
you can
The
hear
opening.
eat
You can hear you can hear him saying the
eat
following.
asshole.
You hear him say, but it sounds like if you hear this sort of thing, is it saying this? Hey, look at my. I'm serious. I'm serious though. But take
Some
this
people
entire take.
here eat asshole. It's meant to be Nintendo, but people here it eat asshole. Eat ass.
Yoshi, what is
Or
Yoshi? What's wrong with you?
for me, what I heard was hey, look at my balls, and I was like, I don't no, I was like what? But someone I found
Uh,
it was an old video. Someone had showed this video off on it was a really old one, and when I heard this sort of thing, the person said I just add lyrics to it, and I was just like. Actually, wait, no, might have actually been when I was in Scouts though. When I was in Boy Scouts, my first year in my first year when I went to like summer camp at Boy Scouts though, my one roommate or my bunkmate actually kind of showed that to me, and that was one thing I remembered because it was so random and so funny, and I had never actually played this story before. Before I had the game though, and the game as well later on, but it was just so funny. It was so random, and completely out of context. I don't know how I'm this thing. But otherwise,
But I think it's the credit song where you really, where most people here eat asshole instead of Nintendo.
oh yeah.
yeah, Yoshi, what's wrong with you?
I think it's just Yoshi's story.
Yep. Asshole. Eat asshole.
Wait.
Oh, seriously?
Okay, I can hear the
You know,
Nintendo, but I also can hear the eat asshole. Honestly, you have to give your sword credit though. It's a short game though, very easy, but you have to remember it's supposed to be like it's a kids game, right? So
yeah,
the fact that you can hear that it's like that classic sort of um, it's that classic thing where it's like, hey, you hear someone say, you know, one thing, but you hear something entirely different, you know,
Yeah.
and that's actually kind of brilliant.
It's
You
because
could either hear is saying Nintendo or eat asshole.
so yeah.
yeah,
So in a way, though, you could have an innocent mind, or you could have a really dirty mind.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
next
like
up,
even you,
I didn't
right, no, hey,
hear it
not me though.
because someone pointed it down.
okay,
You literally
boss.
hear it asshole.
Oh my god, it's ugly.
Yoshi's taunting him.
Yeah,
Why
But,
is he so slow?
oh god!
Yoshi spent more time taunting him than really
Yeah.
fighting him.
Yep. Okay, Yoshi, just say Yoshi.
yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm putting this
Problem
in
is,
D tier.
he's so freaking slow that you never get hit from him.
yeah. Your story is made to be a really easy game for a reason.
Yeah.
It's
See,
purposeful.
like,
So right for the final battle.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. What?
First time it's fighting Baby
yes,
Bowser.
dinosaur.
Oh god!
He's big though.
No, he's big. He's big and ugly.
Yes.
He's having too much fun on the eel.
No, those actually his whole Bowser Jr.'s pets though.
Oh.
Does he look cursed?
And here's his second phase basically. Yeah.
he just he just loves taunting him.
Yep. You
Especially the
also heard the Bowser.
fellow.
You also heard the Mario 64 Bowser theme.
But now I have it asshole the whole time in my head.
So first Baby Bowser fight, or should I say the second Baby Bowser fight? If you think about it. What are your thoughts on that one? Honestly, it's level clear. It's actually kind of decent. It's not a bad fight, honestly. Although it is kind of basic, though. But granted, These are kids' games, so not supposed to be that difficult, though. Right?
Yep. I'm giving it a C tier.
Overall,
Es-
Yoshi's
Especially
Story has some decent bosses, has some decent gimmicks, but most of them all fall flat in their own way.
problem was at the time Nintendo didn't really know what to do with some of the IPs, like Yoshi,
Like honestly,
Mario,
if they ever give us if
okay.
they ever give us a new Yoshi game, what I want to see in particular is Yoshi boss having more than 3 hits.
Actually, we might actually get that. I think maybe Nintendo. I think Nintendo will probably make a 3D probably a 3D Yoshi game.
So yeah,
Just want Paper Mario where we have
Well,
RPGs
maybe
again.
in the style of maybe 3D World.
Yoshi 3D World. Oh yeah, that'd be interesting. 3D
Yeah,
a 3D Yoshi's Island game where you play as 4 different colored Yoshis, and maybe an idea could be maybe what you gotta do in particular is actually as a bonus. You have all 4 players have to control a baby like a baby, and they switch back and forth. Though maybe the gimmick in particular is they make sure you toss the baby to each other to complete puzzles. Because maybe you can't do
Mhm.
much in particular with the baby. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here's Yoshi's Island.
Yep. We're, we're heading to the first Yoshi game.
Yes.
Why is
Yep.
it called Super Mario World 2? That's the
Yeah.
question. No one calls it. It
So
does.
for you guys who know in particular, honestly, in my opinion, the GBA version has better graphics for a lot of stuff in particular. So this is all from the SNES version, so this is a lot older, but the GBA version is much better
Yeah. Yeah.
graphic
But
Definitely.
the
wise.
I think.
problem with the GBA version is it's cramped in.
No, 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 no,
It's
no. The GBA version actually adds more stuff. The GBA version actually
no, I
adds
mean
more levels.
screen is crammed in because the GBA is so small
Yeah.
comparison,
Yeah, you actually get more.
and the colors are brighter.
Also, Kamek as the big bad in Yoshi games though works really well. I actually like that.
Like he's
And
literally the
yes,
big bad of.
and obviously in particular, the big gimmick of Yoshi games is this.
He's humongous.
Died from embarrassment because he lost his pants.
Do you recall
Yep.
that? Do you recall that one thing that Beer Lord showed us, where when Bert lost,
Oh,
where his pants fell down, it was like FBI. The police came in and took the black Yoshi away.
oh yeah, that one.
Honestly, honestly Yoshi Poke Face. It's the only honestly Yoshi Poke Face tier because it's a very basic fight boss. But honestly, it's a solid first boss for Yoshi game. It's fairly basic. I might put it. It's fairly basic, and fairly simple.
Funny how
Yep.
those characters are so recognizable.
Yeah. Not only that though, Vert is the one enemy that has actually appeared 5 times in these Yoshi games. Oh, 4 times. Only Yoshi's New Island is the only time where you don't actually fight a Bert boss. Yes. In fact, Bert the Bashful is basically a boss in Yoshi's New Island, Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Woolly World, and Yoshi's technically Yoshi's Crafted World as well. What other boss can you really think of actually gets a chance to make an appearance as a big boss in Yoshi game?
Yep.
Koopa Boss reminds me of Kenzie Koopa from Paper Mario.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that guy.
Yeah.
Here's our first major boss. In fact, here's the funny part. This boss can actually reappear and actually later on as actually its own little gimmick though. You have to actually fight again.
Uh,
And
oh
Blow,
god.
Giant Slime.
And obviously you have the really solid.
Hmm.
Would have been funnier if you fight the small version, but he's extremely fast but only has one life.
You know, okay, I'm listening to this music, and like at the beginning part, is it just me, or does the beginning part of like his theme kind of sound like the beginning part of your intro, Gold?
Remember, that's a remix. This is the original version of
Yeah.
the theme though. Basically, that's the big boss theme for Yoshi's Island. Which is what people always say is, as well as also shows the final boss from that game. The reason why I chose it in particular is because it's Yoshi's Island theme. So otherwise, boss-wise, it's fairly basic. So I'll give it honestly kind of the simple tier type of thing. So it's very easy. But Yoshi bosses, and honestly, are probably really pretty clever though. So I'll give it this C tier.
Same.
But like I said, I would have found it better if it was like he was the size of some minimalistic and then has only one life but is extremely fast.
Well, Yoshi games actually have the idea of going bigger because that's their
Yep.
gimmick. Although I will give Yoshi Island credit though.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is the Boo Boss. Say hello to...
Add
You ruined it for me.
Bigger Boo.
Okay, now.
Now remember,
Bigger
as far as our
Boo!
ghost bosses have unique gimmicks though.
I ask myself if that isn't even
And
Blossus,
for yours though,
maybe.
the boss itself only follows you, but also,
Was bigger.
but basically, if you look at it, it turns invisible, meaning basically it takes no damage, but you don't take damage at all.
Yep.
So in a way though, you're actually forced to literally ricochet eggs off a wall, which is actually kind of clever. So I'm actually giving it actually A tier for how clever it is.
Yeah, I was gonna give it A tier as well.
Now here's probably actually the hardest boss in the entire game. It's a plant.
Isn't he also a normal opponent that appears in the level?
Yes, the Shy Guys.
No, I'm talking about the ghost.
Oh,
The
yeah.
lady.
It is actually a ghost. It's a ghost in the plant. That's literally the boss. That's literally the boss. This boss is actually a joke. It's Yoshi Poker Face tier.
It's a yoke. A
Yes.
yoke.
Next up actually is a
This
boss
bo-
that honestly is the only boss in the entirety of the series that does something slightly different.
Yeah, the one where you are inside a frog
Oh, I know this one. This is where you get eaten by the frog.
and come out of his asshole.
Yeah, Bowser's Inside Story before Bowser's Inside Story. Welcome to the stomach.
Oh, why not though? The frog starts eating other stuff.
Yeah.
Is he stupid?
Yes.
Because if
Yeah,
he
why is he eating
didn't
so much
eat
stuff?
everything, Yoshi would die from starvation. Or from the digestive acids.
Yeah, you gotta live. You gotta try to make it out
See, that's how
before.
you know how you defeat those. How it's getting redder and redder. That's basically how you tell me you're defeating it.
But still, the frog is an idiot. Why didn't he eat just
And then
nothing?
and then it gets pooped out though.
Yeah.
You literally try to
Remember that
squeeze
part?
out.
Remember that Yoshi Poker Face? That's that
Yeah.
tier.
But then it is Yoshi because he is traumatized by being shit in the hood.
He's traumatized
I'm
for
gonna
being.
honestly give this fight honestly the Yoshi Poker Face tier. But first off, I gotta show something first for the next fight. Yoshi's Island. Oh my. It's not best quality a little bit, but
Isn't there a glitch where you can one-shot this boss before
yes.
he even happens?
Oh my!
Yeah. Weird. Why
Probably
wasn't...
best
Why
quality
did
though.
that... Why did that never appear to someone before the game was released? You can literally kill it before even starting
Here's
the
the funny
fight.
part. Yoshi's Woolly World. I'm gonna show this off as well. Has something very similar. They actually referenced that.
Good.
Like here, bring out game and explain. But yes, I'm gonna show this off a little bit for a brief moment before we go to the next fight though, because but this is a cool little bit though.
Start as normal-sized enemies before the bomb will dull her in. She's one of the toughest bosses around, demanding quick reflexes and deadly accuracy. Unless, of course, you take the easy way out in Yoshi's Island. Because, as we covered in the previous cool bits, there was a secret trick you could use to finish her off before the fight even.
Obviously, that cool bit's mentioned right there. So I'll show it off again. You can see it.
Thank you so much, Andre.
Although she starts off small and helpless, that won't be the case for long. And that's because Kamek will soon fly in and spout off some words before crop dusting the area with magic, which gives the tiny piranha plant a massive growth spurt. Yeah, she looks just a little tougher now, doesn't she? Now to take her down, you'll have to target her navel by making some tricks 3 times to finish the fight. Said she starts off small.
This
and
reminds me
helpless.
also
You
of
see what
the
we do here?
Yoshi
Now,
Island
when you
boss.
move one into the water on the left side,
Super
you'll
Mario
jump to the very
boss.
first section of the platform above, but no farther. Now try firing an
Lava-
egg off at the
lava
undeveloped plant and see
piranha.
what happens.
Oh my!
Yep, you just totally destroyed a boss before it even became a boss. How often does that happen? Look, even caught Kamek by surprise.
The fact that they actually add that reaction is so funny. Like in Yoshi's Woolly World,
Even started.
something very similar.
What happens if you try that and started? Look, even Kamek doesn't know what to do. So egg in the boss's direction. Nailed it. Ha! And when you look at that, the boss is all tied up. And even Kamek is as surprised as ever. At least at first. because they're not going down without a fight this time, as it's not long before Naval Piranha breaks free, and even Kamek remarks that while it's been fun, it's now time for Yoshi Sushi. So while the trick may not be quite as useful as it once was, or even at all, it's
Actually,
still a
honestly,
really
I
cool
feel like
detail
the
that
big
doubles
one
as
would
a
probably
clever
what you would do.
throwback
Probably
to
use
the
the big
original
one,
game.
me.
And we think that's a
But in a way, though, it's a cool little secret. So they knew people have done this with Naval Piranha before, so they did it again. It's sort of a nice little reference, which is kind of a nice little touch. Speaking of Naval Piranha, so yeah, had to get shut off a little bit because that's one exclusively one of the most interesting sort of gimmicks. And also, they tried to do it. No, I didn't get it. Wait, they fucking did it.
They did it anyway.
So it was all useless.
Okay,
It's no
god,
use.
god damn it.
Okay, Silver. It's no use.
It's no use.
Oh, god, I didn't want it. I don't want to cheat. I want the actual fight. Oh, here we go. Here's much better. Here's the actual fight, though. So,
Maybe it's because you skip the trigger of the fight so that you can
honestly, I
kill
kind of
him
think it's kind of fun
before.
to actually fight the boss itself. But if you feel like you want to do it, sort of thing, it's also solid for speedruns, though.
Yeah.
Not only that, though, if you think about it, Lava Piranha is very much what Naval Piranha is, but more fiery.
That's what I said before.
Also, not only that, though, the music also kind of fits well with Naval Piranha, as well as also another boss, though.
I always ask myself, what's the maximum length of Yoshi's tongue?
No idea.
Infinity and beyond! Probably as big as his stomach.
And I have one thing to say. Oh my! I
No,
said it.
no, never mind. Never mind. I showed the actual boss fight instead. Never mind.
Lol. Lol.
Otherwise, honestly, this boss deserves S tier. Because honestly, it is. It's honestly one of the really good boss fights and has that whole special, like, unique sort of gimmick with it. So, yeah.
Plus, I'm giving it like I'm giving it S tier mostly because of the oh my.
Yeah, it's a. Oh, wait, I think I. So I know it.
Wait, I'm yawning the whole time, but it's 4 a.m. for me.
But what we fighting this time?
It's a marching mild. Okay.
Oh god!
Kirby!
What this Yoshi's obsession with big round bosses?
Okay, this in particular is eventually you have to make sure to shrink them down a little bit.
Yeah, but still, what is Yoshi's obsession with big round bosses.
I honestly have no
The
idea.
biggest thing with Yoshi games, though, is you have to literally beat them. And the idea is, so I guess
Quaker Chewy bars made with whole grains.
Raphael is also coming still, so what the fuck is the obsession with big round bosses?
most people are,
I have no.
this fight is actually
Raphael
this fight's
is
relatively easy though, so I'm
more-
always give it actually the Yoshi Poke Face tier.
No, Kenzie Cooper. Is that really Kenzie Cooper? Or does he only look like him?
They call him, in fact, one thing I do like though is how a lot of sometimes the boss rooms have a bit of a nice little opening thing, and yes, even adding a little bit of that.
An ice room or what? Looks like ice.
No,
Ice,
with
ice,
clouds,
baby.
and now the ground's gone. It's hell. It's actually one of the only Koopa bosses in the entire series.
There is another one in Woolly World, but yeah.
Well, oh yeah,
What?
that's a
was
mid
his
boss.
name?
This is a major boss. And the idea of this gimmick fight, you can see how this works though.
What was his name?
Hook Bill.
Kenzie Cooper is better.
The cool part you actually like though is the fact that actually has the Koopa actually walking on its four legs, how big it is, and then getting big.
He smashed his hose! How dare you! Insert Greta Thunberg's. How dare you!
I'm gonna be a B tier though, because it's actually a solid fight though.
It would have been better if he was called Kenzie Cooper.
Well, no,
homage to-
well, no. Each boss has their own unique name though, which is actually kind of a fun little nod to the series. It's purposeful.
But is that supposed to be his luck?
This slug has no weak
What
points.
is-
Slug is unshaven. And this one actually has of a timer. You have to actually beat this fight before.
Pushes you out of bounds.
Oh, the slug comes towards you. If you fail, and the fight gets knocked off the edge, you lose. Game over.
You suck! You suck! You suck! You suck!
It's a basic boss, but C tier.
Now comes Raphael.
This is definitely also boss that appeared. This also appeared in Paper Mario, and it's definitely one
Yeah.
honestly that people always say is one of the more interesting ones.
I'm surprised he isn't the boss fight in Paper Mario.
Honestly, Paper Mario 64 remake, they do that. Give us Raphael the Raven like boss, but like remix the Yoshi's Island boss theme, big boss theme, like remix it in Paper Mario format.
There is actually in ROM hacks, there are Raphael boss fights, but they are so buggy. But still.
All
Like
right,
Master Class.
it's an interesting fight.
Oh my god, it's Among Us!
And the fight, there's the fact that Yoshi gets launched, and you get that whole moment. Remember how before always
His
some boss fights always have unique
transformation.
sort of gimmicks though?
It's funny because of in his transformation scene, Raphael looked like an Among Us. Because you didn't see his eyes. Even though I hate Among Us. Just like Fortnite and other shit and stuff. Shit and stuff. Komm, hol das.
The fact that this is the only one of the few bosses in particular where like literally the boss where literally almost like an entirely new unique sort of gimmick fight where actually your battle how you beat the boss is not using eggs but actually by using another method to beat it is kind of neat. So I have to give this boss actually credit.
Weil the storm
8.
attack is in Yoshi's natural
Its ground pounds are very
arsenal.
ground pounds are very natural though, if you think about it. So yeah, A tier. And now for a boss that honestly you'll never be able to beat.
Oh yeah, that one. There are still to this day enemies. Those little bastards.
I don't these enemies are actually annoying though. Tap at the red
It
nose.
reminds me a bit of the Bowser fight in Zombie 3, where Bowser has to stomp through the ground. But yeah, typical such kind of
Here's the thing.
videos.
Tap
Finishes
Tap is one of the only few
in
that's one of the
seconds.
only few bosses in particular where actually he can actually appear again. You have to run after chase after you get to chase after you. C
But
tier,
yeah,
cause
the
C tier.
smaller versions are like with the first boss of Yoshi's Island. They are normal enemies nowadays. Also,
Exactly. Now for the final boss.
Mal isn't there anymore. Or he's just muted himself. It's funny how Hanek did everything for him, but Bowser just treats him like shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally stomped him. Then he still helps him. What the fuck?
See, this is Babe Bowser not knowing who this is though.
That's probably why they later changed the name of uh, Mini Bowser. Because originally he was called Baby Bowser. No, in the German version he
Alright,
wasn't
well,
originally
that's the
called
fight.
Baby Bowser.
That's the fight. That was pretty easy, right?
Yeah. Da
That was
comes
neat.
the Godzilla fight, the kaiju fights. I love 2 or 3 kaiju fights against
Gold,
boss.
you're going to show the rest of the boss, okay?
I know. I just made that joke. Make that joke though.
Okay.
Kaiju! 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 Kaiju!
There's a reason why, honestly, when people look at boss fights that are epic,
Epic.
this is
But I
one
hate that.
on this
I
list.
hate that word. It's epic. Because it gets so abused, that word.
It's also the only boss that has the most, but probably has a lot of hits to hit. This game takes like 8 hits to beat.
Doesn't he also have an attack where he runs at you?
He does. Remember, this is only kind of because literally their entire ground is literally what you have left though. If you get hit once in particular, it's much more devastating. Heck, it's even more terrifying when he's that close to you.
From this day forward, Kamek absolutely hated Yoshi. It's funny how they literally brought the story with the children into the game.
Yeah,
And this is why Luigi is traumatized.
This
That
is
was-
why Kamek
so that
hates
was
Yoshi.
yeah, that's true. Which is actually a nice little touch though. And if anything, Yoshi having a rival with Boshi, nah. Kamek is Yoshi's rival, arch nemesis. So,
Yeah.
are you guys
This is
ready?
why
Are you guys ready for
Yoshi
Yoshi's
doesn't
Island? Are you
enter.
guys ready for Yoshi's Island DS?
This
Oh
is also
boy.
why Yoshi never enters the
I
castle
am.
in Super Mario World. Because he's banned from there.
Here is DS though.
Time for the sequel.
I find weird just about DS is the fact that you fight Bowser from the future with Bowser from the
Yep.
past.
No, you don't. Yoshi's Island DS, you don't actually fight Bowser with Baby Bowser. Baby Bowser actually leaves you, and you actually have to fight Baby Bowser. Baby Bowser.
Oh.
Oh, the fact to get Baby Wario and Baby DK is kind of neat though.
Yep.
That is the only appearance of Baby DK and Baby Wario.
Literally, this fight in particular is literally identical to the first one, only just
Two biggies.
except there's like no gimmick with this fight though. Problem is that their health bar actually are shared. So I honestly kind of feel like anything, if they did something this fight differently, have their health bars be separate. Then that way when you hit one.
And they again died from embarrassment. Like I said, it's weird that Baby Wario and Baby Donkey Kong are in the game and then never appear again.
Yeah. To be honest though, the Burt Brothers,
Yet.
sad Yoshi noises, because honestly the first fight version of the fight though, is actually kind of good, say to the very least. Because at the very least, they changed it up a bit. Because at least, if anything, if they actually made the bosses actually have separate health though, and were maybe like, now granted this is actually also a first boss though, so let's be fair, it's a first boss, you know, but it's not really as good compared to other ones, you know. And DS has some better bosses.
Up next is.
Gilbert the Gooey.
Yep.
Also remind. Look, he reminds me of Herbie Conan for some reason. Do you know those Kirby things from the anime that put someone to sleep the whole time?
Oh yeah.
He reminds me of those a bit.
Honestly, I honestly think honestly Yoshi's Island DS has more disappointing bosses than Yoshi's New Island, to be honest. So this one honestly for me was also kind of disappointing as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this: disappoint.
Disappointment!
Here we go.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that boss?
Remember this is also this boss fight actually use the DS screen in a very effective way.
I was gonna say, what the fuck is that?
Back to the reflector. Ready?
Oh,
See
yeah.
ya.
At least,
You can't see the boss.
at least it gives the. At least it lets
See,
you
it has a
use
whole
the
mirror.
two screens.
It's a clever gimmick if you think about it, though.
Yep, because you know the DS thing that the DS whole gimmick was
Not only that, though,
the two screens.
not only that, though, you also see literally the boss itself using his own minions throwing different stuff, though, making it harder to see the fight.
Yep.
Which I actually like this fight. This is actually one of your. I'm gonna give this actually happy tier, happy A tier though, because this actually it's a clever fight. It's a clever battle. It's a clever one, and using the DS screen and having it crack as more fight goes on. Solid fight though. Remember another Piranha Plant fight.
Oh yeah.
The third most common boss in Yoshi game.
The first of the ones that you forgot.
This is actually a slightly different gimmick though. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, this is so stupid. Is it stupid? Why is he doing that? He could defeat Yoshi without doing that, but no, he has to go down from the ceiling and bite into the chain jump. I always find Yoshi sound funny when he when he pushes something. Eh, eh.
It's not a bad fight compared to Naval Piranha, which is more iconic. I don't see it as really as bad of a version of a fight though. I honestly kind of think I'd probably give this fight maybe B tier because it is a unique gimmick though in its own right. Because having the
It's
boss
a bit
the boss
weird
from
how you
above though
defeat him.
to actually go down there, it's a neat fight. But it's nothing compared to Dino. Like Dino Piranha, I mean Naval Piranha definitely is superior to the Bungee Piranha. Oh yeah, we got a fish.
Yeah.
If it's cheap, cheap.
Cheap, cheap.
Yeah, but I'm a cheap chump.
Is it lagging? Sometimes the video just lags.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of it's kind of
It's so funny how people think Donkey Kong is the Donkey Kong from the arcade games, even though that is Cranky Kong. Actually,
otherwise Bessie Bass honestly kind of C tier.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna give it the same.
Here's Wario.
maybe Wario is just cursed. What the frick?
It's one of the only games that actually give yourself a baby Wario.
Yep.
That's so funny how Baby Wario has already as a child.
The fun part is also
money-
the fun part is you get a bunch of shy guys jumping.
A bunch of shy guys committing suicide.
Yeah, C tier as well.
But still, that fight is dark because you have shy guys literally committing suicide.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be used for projectiles though.
Yeah, still. Maybe bitch. Oops, sorry, I meant peach.
Another sort of
so-
like
just
another sort
like-
of boss fight its own right.
How is
The whole gimmick of the fight though is that wheel you're on.
why is the fight linked? The wheel linked to the one above? Makes no sense.
That's part of the fight though.
Still, it makes no sense.
Mm.
Imagine them having separate life bars.
Yeah.
I have to honestly give this boss
This
fight
is alright.
credit though. You know,
Yep.
B tier, but
Weird.
I have to give this fight actually credit though because honestly, the idea of using the wheel to like avoid like the attacks though. If there was no donut blocks though, I can see this actually being actually a really good boss, really hard, good and hard boss though. But they had the donut blocks specifically for like it's a kids game, would make it slightly easier though for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's the same as with the rhino bosses in Mario World, but you also have those blocks on the bottom.
honestly, if Yoshi's Island DS had a multiplayer mod that also made the bosses all more difficult, I would do that mod. Also, look at this. I get to ride the green donkey. Or should I say the blue donkey? It's also honestly one of the only bosses that does not look like a giant enemy, but it's literally just a robot.
Reminds me a bit of
It's also the only Shy Guy boss in the entirety of the Yoshi's Island series.
reminds me in his black form. He reminds me a bit of the the optional Paper Mario boss that is a Shy Guy in World 4. That with 50 HP.
The cool part is, what was all the Shy Guys just there in the background doing different stuff though.
Why is that video lagging so much?
I don't know.
What do you mean it's lagging? Why because of Discord maybe? Because I'm doing it on streaming on Discord as well.
Before in Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's Story, it never lagged. But in in DS, it just lags sometimes.
For this fight though, honestly, I kind of like the idea. Honestly, A tier because honestly, this is one of the interesting things. The fact that actually you don't actually get a Shy Guy related boss in Yoshi games though, but Shy Guys being the most plentiful enemy in the entirety of the series, it's an interesting concept. I actually like the idea.
It's funny how Shy Guy, and I think even Bob-Ombs, are both origin in Doki Doki Panic.
And then Shy Guys end up being
Then
basically the
no,
main enemies for like Yoshi's Island, along with also them being based the main focus of Paper Mario Color Splash.
yeah. And the origin is just a game that has nothing to do with Mario
Oh, here we go.
and fucking Doki Doki
Ready
Doki
for another
Panic.
boss that's a bit kind of interesting in its own right?
Big burp.
Oh my god, that's a huge bird.
Big
Here's
fat
here's the
burp.
thing though.
Reminds me of Wingle a bit.
What fight? Here's the thing though. This fight is literally just you have to learn to repeatedly hover as you fall to your death though.
Yeah, with Peach's parasol.
Yeah, Peach's Parasol also makes this fight easier. You kind of have to use Peach's first one.
Peach's parasol, sorry. I don't call her Peach, I call her bitch.
I can say so. I can
Princess.
say so. I can say so. I actually find this fight actually hard unless you don't. If you use Baby Peach, if you show someone like Baby DK, it'd be a hard fight for you. Or Baby Mario, Baby Wario. Honestly, C tier.
If
But I have to give actually credit for at least the idea of the fight being
Mm-hmm.
slightly different. Now,
I find
if you're
it
curious
weird that
though, you know how many worlds there are in Yoshi's Island DS?
oh no,
Yeah.
Only 5. Yes, 5 worlds.
at like 12 bosses or something.
There's five
I find
five
it weird
worlds.
that I find it weird that you play as Baby Donkey Kong, Baby Wario, and Baby Bowser, but Baby Luigi is now nowhere to be seen.
See, see, Baby Wario would be going after the treasure though. Baby DK doesn't really kind of care one way or another. Baby Peach just wants to be with Baby Mario. Baby Mario all he cares about is getting with Baby Luigi. That's all they care about.
Yeah. Yeah, Baby Peach is. Yeah. I guess even as kids, Peach had a crush on Mario.
I mean, Baby Bitch. There is no Baby
Yes.
Peach.
Now you're literally actually fighting Baby Bowser in this fight.
Okay, Stardust Dragon, I want to know why you keep calling Baby Peach bitch.
Because Peach is a bitch.
Oh. Yeah, Bowser, you went through all this trouble.
Yeah, this is the Baby Bowser fight. Honestly, it is,
Not too easy.
in my opinion, this is actually the worst fight in the Yoshi series. This is the worst Baby Bowser fight in the entire Yoshi games. The worst one.
Even worse than one of the spin-offs.
Well, in these 6 Yoshi games in particular, this is the worst one.
What is Bowser even
Bowser.
doing in the past?
What is he doing? He's here to actually kill Baby Mario. That's what he's here for.
Now you have,
I mean, it makes sense.
Bowser. Requires big eggs though.
And the big storm attack.
Which reminds me of the features of both the one fight from Yoshi's, from the Koopa fight. It actually reminds the Koopa fight though from Hook Build a Koopa.
Nice hitbox, Bowser. He just fell through the Bowser. The Bowser.
Well, that was the fight. Y'all know there's one more part of it. It's this fight though.
Yeah. I've already said it before, so yeah.
No,
Doesn't he become big?
He's
Yes.
like, I'm about to become big and kill Baby Mario. Wow, Bowser.
But I always ask myself, what was Nintendo's obsession with making the characters big?
the idea I do actually like though. See, there's a double screen though, right? All 4 Yoshis are together, right? So you have all 4 Yoshis. You have 4 Yoshis now running around and stuff. So you have to get 4 eggs though.
What I mean is,
And the idea that she's kind of neat though. You have to literally hit. The idea she's kind of clever though. You have to have all 4 Yoshis hit the eggs simultaneously. Now imagine this in multiplayer, in particular. All 4 players have to actually basically coordinate their eggs, right? Like the all person does literally you only control Yoshi, Pink Yoshi though. So the other ones don't actually matter.
I'm surprised that this game didn't have multiplayer.
Yep.
I mean, you can
Honestly,
play up to
This would be a
5
solid idea for
people.
multiplayer. Not only that though, but literally all the Yoshis get hit by all the meteors and stuff and take no damage. Imagine having to like avoid all the obstacles with all the Yoshis though.
That would be torture.
It would make the fight actually challenging though. You know,
Yeah.
the final boss though, it should be kind of difficult.
Are we playing a Kaiser game, or are we
Or
playing
at the very least though,
a-
all the players, all the Yoshis have to are controlled separately because it's multiplayer.
Still,
Many rocks.
isn't it funny how you can play Mario Kart Double Dash with 16 players? You need 4 GameCubes, either 4 GameCubes, or 8 people have to share. 16 people have to share 8 controllers, but still.
See you, Bowser. Go back to your time machine. Go back to the future.
Back to the future.
Yep. And now we actually got here. I'm just gonna say he
Understand though,
forced
because
me
I
to
understand there's
film
only one other time though actually you can see Bowser appear.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just say Bowser forced Egad to film a time machine.
Maybe Bowser used the one from
Frozen time.
what was it, Time?
Yeah.
Yeah. I say yeah.
And obviously the main gimmick of the whole thing is that you're trying to get baby Luigi back. Oh, it was sorry, not just baby Luigi, but all the babies were kidnapped.
Yep.
Yeah. Oddly enough, the whole Star Children thing, ironically enough, at the very end of it all, you find out who the Star Children are. But the Star Children
Yeah.
are in fact Mario, Luigi, Peach, Mario, Luigi, Peach, Wario, DK, Bowser himself. Yes, Bowser's actually a Star Child, and Yoshi.
What?
But that's not raising the questions. Like even today, do they still have star powers?
No, I think it's I
What
think
are
just
what are Wario and Bowser doing as Star Children?
honestly the way I see it though. I'm gonna give this fight B tier though because it's not really as good as the other ones. Like the other Yoshi boss fights are much better. So here we go. Next up, Yoshi's New Island, and the first time in a Yoshi game we actually get to beat up Kamek.
Awesome.
Didn't you? I know that was in. Hey, the only one that thinks New Island looks weird.
Mr. Pipe.
Oh, hey Mario.
Is that Dr. Mario?
Yeah, Mr. Pipe is Mario.
No, the Dr. Mario theme.
Yep.
At the beginning, it sounded like the Dr. Mario theme.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I like how the Yoshi fight Kamek in this game though, which is a nice little touch though.
Yeah.
Yep.
A thumbs up. Okay. This is the one. This is that one right there. Okay, just so you know. Okay. For that Kamek fight,
Okay.
I'm gonna put all the Kamek fights together. You can kind of see all of them. I did do screenshots for some of them in particular because it was much harder to see which ones they were. Just so you know. So you can kind of sort of see it a
Okay.
little bit. Sort of see a little bit via also by the. So first one for this first fight though, it's kind of weak though. It is a first boss though, so let's be fair. If you really think about it though, a lot of first bosses are relatively low on this list. 1, 2, 3 in D tier. That's also kind of because these boss fights are just kind of weak in general. But then again, it's a Yoshi game that's supposed to be easy, so you have to figure put that into perspective. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Next up is the first big boss.
The first big boss.
Bean. Sometimes ask myself, what did Nintendo smoke with the bosses? Some ideas are so
Well,
weird.
Yoshi games are made known for having big battles.
Yeah, look at that big bean.
Beans.
Yep.
Beans. Beans. And a few more beans. I don't know why, but I don't like the art style of New Islands.
Oddly enough, though, I would have to admit, look, the music is actually definitely. I do like the boss music. I do like honestly the boss music in Yoshi's New Island with the big boss much more than say Yoshi's Island DS. Like I'll have to give that credit. Otherwise, this fight honestly is kind of it's oddly enough in terms of the big bosses, in terms of like first world castle bosses in the first world in particular. You have to kind of compare this one to the GUI, Salvo, and honestly, GUI and Salvo, and honestly, Salvo the Slime definitely kind of reigns supreme in that aspect.
Mm-hmm.
It's an unfair advantage, but yes. Next up is the next chemic fight.
I hate that around the DSV 3DS time and also the U time, he always made the same bosses.
Well, this is actually an interesting kind of gimmick though for a fight.
Yep. Oh, hey, Kamek.
But it's literally too easy because you just have to stomp.
Just have to step on
That's
him.
the whole point though. These fights aren't supposed to be difficult in the first place. It's supposed to be an easy Yoshi game.
I want difficulty, not easy as for babies. Baby difficulty.
Plus, also, these guys are doing these fights without taking any damage. You know.
Still.
Otherwise, all these fights are easy. Just so you know. Otherwise, I would say this fight on its own isn't really that bad. It's actually kind of a neat idea in its own right. But I honestly kind of think for me, this fight honestly is C tier.
Same.
That's why when actually was boss actually shown on E3 trailers when this game first came out.
Hmm.
Thoughts?
And B tier.
C tier.
Yeah, like it's.
Yeah,
I don't know. Just
Yoshi's New Island is going to have not a lot of favor. Like, there's a reason why honestly people always don't actually like Yoshi's New Island though, in particular. And why
With
you
bosses of
that's why I haven't gotten a new Yoshi game since everything.
I mean, this is literally supposed to be a sequel to Yoshi's Island.
Yes.
a lot of people thought bad of Woolly World when it was announced because they had lost.
Yeah, they'd
They
lost
had
sight
lost.
of the they lost access to the Yoshi games after Yoshi's New Island kind of came out.
And especially trust.
Now here we go. I do honestly I have to give Yoshi's New Island credit though for the whole Kamek battles as the mid bosses.
I don't like it when games repeat the mid boss, but when games repeat the boss battles.
Well, it makes sense for think about it. Think about it. New Super Mario Bros. DS does that with, New Super Mario Bros. U
I
did
didn't
that with
like it
New Super Mario Bros. U
either.
did that with Boom Boom. New Super Mario Bros. DS did that with Bowser Jr.
I don't like it either. I'm not a fan of bosses that are just same ones again and again and again and again. The same thing is with the Koopalings.
Well, the
I also
Koopa, well,
don't like
New Super Mario
it.
Bros. Wii, honestly, the Koopalings, what they did was they had to actually fight the Koopalings though in their towers, and then the castle, they had their fight again, which was much harder. That actually is kind of fine. I don't think that's actually going to be fine though, because if you
but what
think
I
about it,
mean
they're
is
getting
not.
much.
What I mean is not the fact that you fight them multiple times, but that they came again and again and again and again and again. You have them in Sticker Star, you have them in Color Splash, you have them in New
No,
Super
no,
Mario
that's
Bros.
wrong, that's wrong. They're not in Sticker Star. They're only in Color Splash. And in
Yeah, in Color Splash.
Color Splash,
But
okay,
still,
but
V, um, Wii U, and more. You always had them in that time. It just went on my nerves.
and yet in particular, when you get rid of them in Super Mario Bros. Wonder, you now have people complaining that Koopalings were not in the game, and it's like, yeah, honestly, Wonder needed the Koopalings. Wonder
But
needed the Koopalings.
what I don't understand is why are the Koopalings not in World Tour, as Mario Kart World Tour? Why? They, they are not in Mario Kart World Tour. Why?
I think, in particular, is because a lot of people, because there's a certain group of people were complaining about the Koopalings, so they had decided not to bring them back. Though, now honestly, if a bigger group of people complain about the Koopalings not being there, they'll bring them back. And I think honestly, in my opinion, the Koopalings should come back, either as free DLC as a free
Who
update.
cares about who cares about 4 outfits for baby Rosalina? Nobody.
Nobody.
Nobody freaking cares about baby Rosalina.
Can we focus on the? Can we focus on on the Yoshi game though in particular, and not
Yeah, I thought
baby
I
fucking
thought this was
Rosalina?
a because Gold. I thought this was a Yoshi's
Trust me,
game boss tier list.
trust me. Every time we do a tier list, though, seems to always get sidetracked in different shit. It's completely pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it was like, but the idea of actually complaints about there being repeat boss fights, I honestly kind of find like if the boss fight is done in such a way where it makes sense, like if it's a, here's the thing, TTYD does a repeat boss with the dragon bosses as well as also Magnus Von Grapple. I don't like that because they're chapter bosses. If it's like a boss fight that's like a small boss fight, like for instance how Kamek in Yoshi New Island appears as the mid boss, as the boss of the fort, of the small fort, that makes sense though. Or Bowser Jr. in the towers in New Super Mario Bros. DS. Those are
But
fine in particular because in a way it shows the character Bowser Jr. being like, oh, yeah, all right, hey, it's Mario. I'm gonna go kick your ass now. Okay, Bowser getting smarter in each tower. Bowser Jr. gets smarter in each fight, making it show off the Bowser Jr. getting stronger each time. Change up his strategies. Maybe instead of him actually running after you directly, he goes ahead and he instead goes into a shell immediately for throwing a Koopa shell at you. He's changed up his tactics how to beat you. That's nice. With Kamek, he's trying to use different tactics to try to beat, Yoshi and Baby Mario. It
with Magnus, I understand it, but with Hooktail, Gloomtail, and Bonetail, they have different patterns at least. But with Magnus and
but they're still the same fight. Now, granted, the remake did at least kind of update the music, though. But in the original, there was exactly the same, no difference. Literally,
yeah, but
you could literally put Gloomtail in Hooktail's castle, and people just would be like, "Oh, it's probably normal." Even the fight,
there's actually a ROM hack that makes Gloomtail the first boss.
yeah,
With the chapter 8
that's
stuff.
probably a lot of TTYD ROM hacks though, and it makes sense though. The game was a fan favorite, so a lot of people made ROM hacks of the game, at least when the game was still the popular one, and people just there was no remake, and people just were desperate for TTYD stuff. But for me, chapter bosses in those games should at least be unique. I don't like it whenever you do a repeat chapter boss. Again, like the
I
Mr. L,
don't like.
Super Mario with Mr. L is one thing, because in a way though, his first chapter boss fight was really good, but the second one actually sucked. But
The one I would agree with is Dupless. Because I don't understand why you have to fight him twice, but nothing changes really because you already transforms the first time.
Duplex is probably the only boss I can really say honestly that does the whole like you fight him twice where actually it works. But I'll definitely feel like honestly Duplex would be much better if maybe during his fight though you couldn't use maybe the ability. Maybe it could be neat though is maybe you couldn't use badges though. You lost the ability to use badges. You have to fight him like mano a mano because like he has your badges though, right?
Actually,
And
the second fight, Vivian doesn't have badges when she joins you.
well,
Because
you don't have badges. You can use items, everything. Basically, he still has everything from you. You have no badges though, and as an added bonus though, to make it more interesting, you have to literally actually beat all of your own allies before you actually can beat Dupless on purpose.
wow.
Yeah, this is also
Meh. Meh.
the giant crab. Well, this fight honestly is kind of alright, to say so at the very least. C tier.
Yeah, same.
Where's the fucking crap? Oh, there.
You deserve the best.
Well, I mean, Yoshi games, not Yoshi games are known for being. I mean, it's supposed to be an easy game in particular, so you have to kind of play in the understanding how it works, though. Like, Yoshi games all they have their challenging levels, though, but it's purposeful.
Beginning again sounds like the music from Dr. Mario. Isn't it weird that he doesn't really move? He just stands there on one platform.
Kamek only moves.
Really?
Kamek only moves if you actually get close to him, though. Remember, these are fights particular people just go and try to beat him without taking any damage, though.
But he was directly next to Kamek. They still didn't move.
Well, this is. You're kind of talking, making more sense in these games, though. These are kids' games. Their Yoshi games are not known for being difficult. They save that for the bonus optional content for those who actually feel like they want to do it. As for this fight in particular, C tier.
Is it?
Mel, you back?
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah, that's it's easier.
But that there are 4 Koopa battles in Yoshi.
Well, remember one of them, one of them are actually a mid boss. I believe actually if you get hit by that lava wave, it's an instant instant death, life loss.
I mean, it would make sense. It's freaking lava. The only one that can stand in lava like a boss is Poochie. It's in Woolly World, but there is a glitch where you can actually let Poochie stand on lava.
In a way, it's not a bad fight. I think honestly, in my opinion, this one's actually a decent fight in its own right. So I'll probably give this fight kind of somewhat credit. C tier as well,
Yep.
but I do kind of like the moment when the boss is defeated, and it's like, it's also the first actually skeleton like boss if you think about it. But it's a skeleton fish, and
Fish.
I like how the armor at least makes it look like a submarine. So it's kind of sort of a funny little nod you have to give credit to, right? So it's kind
Yeah.
of it's a funny way for the whole invincible shield though. Although it is Yoshi's New Island, so the game is kind of piss easy, but I liked what they did. It was a clever idea. Oh, this one is actually kind of this is actually this is actually a good fight, a good Kamek fight.
Even being piss easy is probably also why people were skeptical about Woolly World before it came out.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one that honestly deserves B tier because I kind of like the idea. It's I mean, sure, it's not a hard fight. Obviously, the reason this is a Yoshi game. I mean, I got kind of like for repeating that it's a Yoshi game. It's supposed to be kind of easy in its own right. But let's keep this idea in perspective. It uses some particular it's like ricochet eggs off into Kamek. You can't hit him directly. You have to use actually those like arrows. That's kind of a neat idea. You have to give credit for that. Now, yes. Oddly enough, though, here's the funny part. I could have actually made a plushie of this Pokey if I wanted to. I could have done that, but I forgot this Pokey though. Unfortunately, ironically enough, I forgot about this Pokey like an idiot. Lol. Yeah, you can literally just like get rid of actually segments, but also just like throw in segments though. The fight actually kind of gets the boss gets actually taller as you go around the fight is kind of a neat.
It's again one of Nintendo's big ideas, making bosses big.
That's sort of the gimmick of Yoshi's Island. Is all bosses are just bigger enemies. It's purposeful. It's the whole point.
But still, I don't understand why around mid-2000s to beginning of 2010s always make the bosses just big. Especially Bowser in the new Super Mario Bros. Series.
Yep.
Now the boss being much taller. I'll be honest. I'll give this actually boss actually higher praise though, B tier. But I think honestly would be a really neat idea if they were to revisit all these Yoshi's Island bosses again. Here's what I probably would do for the bean fight. Honestly, have the boss itself maybe not be a giant bean instead. For the Count Fang, maybe have like you have to like literally remove all the bats before you actually guys can hit the boss. Maybe, you know, right? For the
Mm-hmm.
Crawdaddy, I would say maybe have it to where like honestly you can't really take off the fuzz so quickly. For the fish, I don't know. For the pokey fight, I think honestly given the fish armor to where one of the way you actually can literally damage the boss is knock down all its segments and then ground pound the top of it to reveal its body a little bit because then a little shield, right? Like it's always in spikes until you break off the top though. That way at least it would be much more vulnerable. And now for the final Kamek fight. The, the milts are back!
With AT&T Business, we can live chat with customers from wherever.
Damn it.
Damn it, the return of Oz.
Now, honestly, I have to kind of admit, it is kind of. I'm gonna give it actually C tier as well, but I have to admit, it's actually kind of funny, especially when it's like you hit Kamek and it's like, oh, he's like flailing around and he falls down the mini waterfall. It is funny. And now we basically have the final boss and then the true final boss. Are you ready?
Yep.
Now, you're embarrassed to know, yes, you technically actually have Baby Bowser ride. Baby Bowser actually can ride Yoshi in this one as well. You actually can't bet Yoshi ridden by Baby Bowser.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love how Baby Bowser just like just bounces. Kind of funny though.
Yeah.
I already made the joke though. You all know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, we already know.
He grows big.
This is actually. Obviously the big gimmick literally being the giant egg.
Does Yoshi even consume that egg completely? It's fucking bigger than his body.
Yeah.
I would say honestly, this is probably one time I would save anything. This final boss technically has 4 phases though.
Seriously, what
What would
the?
have been better
Is they
if
gonna?
But plus also they have a lot of Bowser Jr. mute sound effects.
Plus, it's like they took Bowser Jr.'s head and put it on Bowser's body.
Well,
I find weird
otherwise,
kind of
fight wise, honestly, it's B tier. You know.
hitbox. But what I find weird is that the platforms don't submerge into the lava.
Oh, new Faye banner came out, and please, please do not give me Summer Snake Beast bitch. Please look at me, Summer Snake Beast bitch. Sorry, I'm looking at something different for a moment.
No, something I need to save orbs on probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
I hope.
Luckily, I already
I'm
do.
hoping. No Snake
What's
Beast
funny
bitch.
for me
No
is
Snake Beast bitch. Please no Snake Beast bitch.
what is
I
funny for
don't know the
me.
name. I forget. I always forget the name of the character. Her name is Nadoger, but I call her Snake Beast bitch because she is just a bitch, and she's
What's funny for
horrible.
me is that last time I was searching for something, and I found out I have 4 copies of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 2 copies of Pokemon Scarlet, 2 copies of Pokemon Violet, and 2 copies of Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, and two
Though
copies
to be honest, I
of.
wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. So we ain't going in that one anyway because, pretty classic. So here we go. So that was Baby Bowser. So we beat the game, right? Relatively easy.
But did we really?
Here's the thing though. In Yoshi's New Island though, if you play through the story and you use actually easy mode, the game doesn't even actually do anything until basically after you find out you've actually screwed up. And it's purposeful.
How dare you? I find it also funny uh, how Kara keeps calling him Big Meanie.
So
We
you
beat
did
the
it.
game! Yay! What? What the?
Ah,
Oh, hey Bowser. What are you doing here?
There's a
you
reason.
was thinking,
There's a reason why. Honestly, now obviously I'm gonna show this off first for a moment, but Yoshi's new island using um Bowser calls you out for easy mode. No, Yoshi's new island using easy using gold wings. Because they don't really show us off though, unfortunately, in particular. Or Bowser alternate dialogue. Because there is alternative ending. Wait, there's alternative ending. Basically, all the way to the end of the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bowser.
Hey, Bowser.
See, if okay, when that happens, when that happens though, if Bowser does that, what actually happens though is that Bowser actually calls you out. Okay, unfortunately, there's no YouTube alternative dialogue because no one ever did it because Yoshi's Island is so easy. So you never actually experience it. You never actually experience this whole thing. You really don't. Because most people, Yoshi's New Island is so because Yoshi's New Island is so easy, you're never gonna experience literally the cutscene appearing like that. You'll never experience it. So oddly enough, though, this is actually something actually you get kind of exclusive. I would say it's a moment in particular that, in my opinion, when I do Yoshi's New Island, I'm gonna purposely make sure to have one level where I actually use the golden wings just to show this off though. Just to show it off though, because granted, no other person has shown this off though, because the game's so easy. You're never gonna get it. You're never gonna see it, which is sad though. But basically, what actually happens though is if Bowser does that, he calls you out. Bowser calls you out for literally using the easy way, taking the easy way out for certain levels though. And you either have to go back through various levels again just to get that ending. Literally, you have to do that. It is honestly kind of a neat idea.
The Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club.
And I have to give this game. No other game actually does this sort of thing.
First stop on the trip of our lifetime.
Hmm. No, I actually like this music for a boss theme though.
What is other Bowser even doing? Yeah.
I have
He's breaking the fourth wall. He's appeared though.
no. The reason he's here is to kill Baby Mario.
Also uses actually the metal.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure Mario doesn't exist here. Because you know, if he kills Baby Mario,
Wouldn't it be easier if he just killed him and he was
Yes!
gone?
Yes, I think so far we didn't get Snake Beast bitch. You know what? I'm happy with this banner. I don't really give a shit these days in general, but I'm happy we didn't get Snake Beast bitch.
you don't get pure flying fucked.
I know her name, no particular, I don't care, but
I don't even know what to talk about.
Sorry, it's another game I'm playing. Oh well, we got a disappointing Grail unit though in particular. So oh well, hero free unit though. So okay, oh well. Thank God, I got an easy skip for a banner.
Well, hopefully I don't get any useless characters. See ya, Bowser. Meh.
But the idea here's the idea of the fight in particular. I'm gonna pause for a brief moment. But as you saw in particular, Bowser jumps and runs. But otherwise, I would say this is actually a solid fight though. But obviously, you know, there's always two phases.
He grows big. He grows big.
It's
He
Yoshi's
grows.
it's Yoshi's Island. It's Yoshi's Island gimmick though. It's literally the gimmick of this whole game. It's literally going big. Though I do
Yeah,
like how
but I asked myself, how many
I do like how
times?
Bowser gets big though. I like how Yoshi actually runs, get ready for the fight though.
I asked myself, how many times has Bowser himself grown big?
Too many times.
I have the three bosses
But also, fun part is actually
in
at least Kempley shows up in this fight a little bit, somewhat.
I have the three bosses in New Super Mario Bros. You have Bowser's Inside Story. You have Bowser Dream Team. You have Sticker Star.
I feel like it's not really being a problem though.
But still, it's weird that he grows big so freaking often.
Yep, now you platforms in the lava though.
Yeah.
Although this fight is, although obviously Bowser also having the gimmick of him actually covering his head though, which is actually kind of neat though.
Especially weird because the egg is twice as big as Yoshi.
So, for obvious reasons though, Yoshi's New Island doesn't have the best final bosses. So I'm gonna honestly give both fights relatively the same tier ranking. But I do, because I think honestly the first phase is really solid. And then the whole star, that's actually basically Bowser, because his feet he's sent back to the
God,
portal and stuff. And then you get the actual ending though. So basically, if you were never to recover and beat through level easy type of thing, Bowser break the fourth wall like before. And at the very end, you find yes, Mr. Pipe she's Mario, which honestly, I like this idea in particular. Okay, I like the idea of how Mario tries to help out him about his past self and Yoshi in a very clever way. You know, he doesn't help. He doesn't do what Bowser does directly, where he tries to actually cause problems. What he does actually goes behind the scenes, helping Yoshi out. He helps Yoshi out with Baby Mario without not revealing himself, which I actually like. This is actually a really cool idea. Really, really cool.
Yep. And then he goes back to the present.
Yes. So Yoshi's New Island, fairly decent boss, fairly decent game. Some bosses are kind of hits, and bosses are misses. I think honestly, we'll get some other stuff. It's not time for honestly Yoshi's Woolly World. The first time where literally Baby Mario does not exist, and now we have literally Kamek playing as main focus.
I just had a sneezing attack.
And yes, we don't need to complain about literally all bosses being giant enemies because literally that's kind of the whole gimmick of this game.
Yeah.
Although I do like how at least the mid bosses in the in this game though is at least kind of different for each world though somewhat though. It's still the same two of them, but slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
And then with Yoshi's, oh yeah, they're probably gonna show up out of the boss rush they're doing type of thing. That's why I showing the boss type of thing. So in a way, you get some different fun little gimmicks to bring Yoshi different colors a little bit inside and everything, which I like what Woolly World does. For this first mole fight, honestly, C tier. It's basic, but it's fine. You know.
Yeah.
Now, you guys be ready for? Except honestly, I would love that show off the dialogue though. I know we might have to use somebody to use Wofushu. There we go. So you can kind of see the dialogue though. And yes, as I said before, I show how bosses, Bertley is much better at bot fights in particular. Well, obviously it's very easy because you can do fight really easily though, but you have to admit,
We died for the third time from embarrassment.
that's what Yoshi's New Island was missing. A Bert fight. We need more Bert embarrassment. I'm just kidding. Honestly, actually like this Bert is really good. I actually like it. So B tier. And I actually like the idea of having like the little fake Bert balls, which is a neat sort of idea. The stamp things. Now for our next boss. I do like how Koopa's how they created the way designs of the enemies. I do feel like one thing I feel like these bosses in particular is you can probably see them actually being made in like yarn and like plushies and stuff, you know, which I kind of think is kind of cool in its own right.
Yep. He's very chubby.
I guess the whole point. You remember Mel? Just let me play this game though.
Yep. I saw you play this game, and I've only played the Wii U version.
I played the Wii U version a bit. I've also played the 3DS version.
Which I still need to get.
Now, remember I said before, in Yoshi's Woolly World in the 3DS version, if you have the Poochie Pups, the pooch pups actually will dance with you when you do like the victory in the mid boss, as well as every single level in particular. So it is kind of fun to see it happen. As for this first Nightwing fight, C tier, relatively basic. I think Nightwing and the Montgomery have better fights in later worlds though, but it does show them actually being much better. Now here's also probably another E3 boss you've seen. And also an original enemy if you think about it. So I've never made a plushie of this dog.
Yes, Gold, you need to make a plushie of this dog.
It is true. That's something. This is Pyro Pup.
Pyro, but cuter.
Oh yeah, you're about the point though. This is technically a Pyro Pup.
Yep.
See a dog or a lion? That's what they asked.
It's a dog. The boss is called Bunsen. The boss is called Bunsen the hot dog.
It's more like Arcanine, but yeah, it looks more like Pyro.
But the idea is kind of neat. It's kind of a neat idea for a boss.
Better male Pyro than Pyro.
I also like how the boss was in the foreground for his attacks though. Or the background.
Yeah.
I always find it funny how in the world of Yawn, there's freaking lava.
Yeah, it's Yoshi's Woolly World was creative in their approach to everything. See, it's called Bunsen the hot dog. So in a way, yeah, Pyro Pup. Honestly, I like the music though. I'm honestly gonna give his boss theme honestly A tier for really the music.
Like I said, he's better male Pyro than Pyro.
Alright.
Yep.
Now look at it. I also like how Kamek looks like yarn like. It's kind of neat they did the enemies a little bit. Like Woolly World, honestly, in my opinion, is a successor to Yoshi's Island. And also, like all bosses though, they now have new gimmicks though, to change things up a little bit. Although the funny part though is like, you have to admit, it's kind of a neat idea. Not only that though, you see the background, the wall is like a giant bunch of yarn though. So honestly, C tier as well for this fight as well. But I do actually think Woolly World does really good bosses though.
Please, Nintendo, do a port or a remake of this.
Or no, give us a new Yoshi game.
Yeah, that.
this chicken was funny.
Part that's actually clever though is how literally the boss's like color outfit changes each time. Honestly, all I say is this C-Tiers is probably the weakest of the giant bosses though. Of the bosses, giant bosses in Yoshi's Woolly World, the major passive bosses though. But it's a cool fight though.
And once again,
Now say a little not wing though.
drawing the Koopa Troopa.
But now she's slightly different gimmick though. With yarn waves though. Yeah. So it's actually a. Oh, yep. So yeah,
And
fight wise, about the same as well. I mean, the mid bosses are kind of average at best though, but I do honestly kind of like the idea with like using the water and like him. You know, but you can't really hit him with eggs though. But you have to actually let him actually kind of hit himself, where you actually can stun him. And remember the naval piranha? Well,
Let's do it again.
obviously you know for a fact that you can't do the whole egg hitting thing.
Do it again.
time to fight this dude.
No, I like what they did though. In a way, that's kind of like the boss fight, kind of changing up tactics each round, which honestly, S tier. Not only that though, but there's also a bonus level in particular that's called Naval Piranha's Revenge,
Yeah.
which I actually kind of find it actually kind of fascinating how they actually bring Naval Piranha back for that one fight though. It's like once you beat Naval Piranha, it's like you know what Naval Piranha's like, you know what, that's it. I'm gonna come back here and get you again, and I like that. Next up actually is our last Monty fight.
Here we go.
Whee!
Woohoo!
In my opinion, this is probably Jim Montgomery's best fight, so I'm gonna give it B tier for what its best fight. You know.
Yep.
Now for a boss that's gonna be a bit kind of cold.
I'm so lost.
God damn it.
AI that with Copilot.
Yeah. I wish we were. It's a some kind of snippet.
Yep. Snipper gun feeling. honestly, I like the boss music for this one. So honestly, A tier just like with Bunsen for really good music though. And I'll mention that though. They did a Yoshi, they did an ice boss that actually was really good. You know, a good ice boss. Which ice bosses are normally usually struggle for being good in Mario games though. In general,
Mm-hmm.
this is actually a good one. And now, last not wing one.
Though you're gonna
Kinda like how the cotton is used actually to represent like clouds though. Damn it.
Fucking hate
Oh shit.
ads.
Well, and that's not wing. Honestly, not wing in my opinion. Just like for like last bosses are always much. Last version of these fights are the best version. But I like the progression of how each one gets slightly progressively harder and but slightly more like they change things up a little bit. Like Montgomery, not wing's first fights are relatively basic. Montgomery's second fight, he has a helmet, forcing you kind of sort of change up your strategy how you beat him. Not wing foregoes having you have the option to kind of sort of like take off his wings, force you have to kind of use actually his own ground pounding attack against him, and then later on you can combine both aspects with both our fights. You know, force you kind of sort of adapt, to beat him. And here, now for
time to fight spoiled child.
But I like how actually you see Kim in the background helping out.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's also this pretty epic boss music though.
Yeah, for sure.
And he becomes big again.
But it's part,
Yep.
part of the actual boss itself, which is actually kind of a neat sort of gimmick.
Please. Yep. Magic wand, make Bowser grow.
Underground, make Bowser giant.
Yep.
So big. They can't handle.
Introducing.
Big baby Bowser.
Yep.
That's not even possible. Big baby Bowser.
Mm-hmm.
Only then they called Big Bowser, Bowser just.
Yeah. Oh, it's still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. So hear me?
Okay. Yeah, he's still here.
The
Yeah.
way this works, this fight is kind of neat though, as I like though, is how literally you have to hit all 8 yarns to kind of beat him though. Plus also the music is intense though.
Isn't it kind of weird why we haven't done Pokemon tier lists in so
And then a
long?
nice little bonus though once you get hit, when you hit him 4 times though. And I feel like how the whole like 3D style, you can't really see where it's literally you take advantage of the whole arena, try to make sure you can avoid being spotted by Baby Bowser, so you can hit the yarns and stuff.
Yep. And he's dead.
No, he isn't dead. He just sleeps forever.
He took a little nap.
A forever nap. It's always funny how in animes, in English
A nap.
versions, they just take a nap. They don't die, they
Turn makes much
take
Yoshi
a
back to
nap.
normal and appear again. So we don't see Red Yoshi because Red Yoshi's not there because he was player 2.
We beat him up. That's what happened.
No, Red Yoshi's player 2 basically.
Where are you going, Cameron?
He's going to the moon!
Yeah, but he literally can't go to the moon.
Boom. Oh shit! Ah!
Yeah, just leave him there.
Imagine Baby Bowser would land in a giant volcano. Because Putty.
As for this fight in particular, S tier. Honestly, I like this fight. It's actually it's actually one of the. There's a reason why honestly I think literally this Yoshi's World World in my opinion deserves high praise for what it did right because honestly, the bosses they did have, they did really solid jobs with them. And I think honestly they
Yep.
revived the series as a whole. Now
Now
are
it's
you
time for
ready?
Yoshi's latest adventure.
Yoshi's
Time for
Crafted World?
Yoshi's latest adventure. Yeah, Yoshi's latest adventure.
There's one AI site builder you need to meet. This is dope tech from Wix.
And
So,
this
Yoshi's
game-
Crafted
this-
World has quite a few bosses though.
Yep.
This is very right, I at least watched.
Now, honestly, this is probably the only thing I do like about Craft World though is that's the first time I see Baby Bowser with Kamek early on. Which you never really get
Yep.
to see though.
I love this music.
Also, funny part is the fact that actually there's actually 2 different dialogue moments before you fight a boss is actually kind of funny in Crafted World. As for Yarktopus, for the first boss, I would say honestly C tier, but it isn't really treated as an actual boss fight. It's just like a sort of mini like obstacle. So it's sort of a mini boss though. So here's actually the first major boss.
It's the first time one of those mice characters is a boss.
Mm-hmm. And this boss is.
I do like how Baby Bowser and Kamek running looking around and stuff.
Kamek fell in.
You can say yes or no.
Just lie.
Now, if you say yes though, what's really funny though is they'll look around and the mouse actually will pop up and will appear before disappearing. They'll be like, "Oh, you lied."
He's like, you liar.
Yeah. I like the like pose with them they do it for their level.
Yep. Here comes the first
I like
major.
how they do the transformation of the bosses though. Now these are not giant enemies though. These are transformations to an enemy though.
Yep.
You know.
Exactly. Yep. Quite simple. Just gonna jump on his head a couple times.
Now here's the thing though, the challenge versions of these fights are definitely interestingly difficult. You have to do this actually with like in a certain time frame in particular. And you have to do this actually. You have to do these once you beat Baby Bowser. You have to do these though, and it has to be basically after you've beaten the game to unlock these fights though, and they're actually very difficult. But remember these fights though, because they will become relevant later on.
No dance.
Now obviously you find the dragon gem.
Some will do whatever it takes
Yep.
to craft.
Well, hopefully we don't get it stolen.
Because the mouse. Or dream gem.
Hello, I'll be taking that.
Otherwise, fight-wise, I want to think if this fight actually kind of B tier, because it is a pretty decent fight. Now, there's a funny moment though in particular with this fight in particular is that there's a moment I remember in particular. It was like the whole like Law and Order units, Law and Order thing, where it's like in specific depends what job research this person does though.
Well,
If you break it, leave it be. Dun dun. Law and Order.
yeah.
Here's the funny part: if you don't break that ball though, Bowser get really upset though. So let me see if I can look this up though. But
Actually, you know what? I just okay. Okay, what I would do is just have him break it so he can get upset about it.
here's the funny part: he's looking upset. Crafted world.
Yep.
All dialogue options.
Yeah, seeing Bowser. Well, maybe
Oh, here we
Bowser
go.
get.
All boss choice cutscenes. So yeah, here we go. Make Bowser angry versus Bowser happy. So all choices in particular. Here you can go. You can see. Should we say yes? Murray said nope though. And the mouse shows itself. He's full of stuffing your nastiness.
Yeah, Yoshi's full of that. I don't think Kanek doesn't get paid enough for this.
And you say no. And here. Same as the whole Yoshi things. If you yes though.
Now watch him get upset.
Where lame joke is this? Where are the gems?
You don't get any.
Turns out the contents a minute.
They think Yoshi did this. Yeah, they're like, Yoshi, this is all your fault.
Oh, yeah, that means the next boss is actually... Which means the next boss actually is a different boss right here to move this around a little bit. So this is actually basically... This is our last trial plant in a Yoshi game. Pose!
Yeah. Assemble the piranha. I actually really like it.
think about it, it's actually the first time I actually get a fight with.
Adorable.
Not as good as Night Naval Piranha, but I'll give it B tier.
Yep.
Specifically for the opening cutscene in particular before you do it.
Yep. Next
Now-
is where Bowser Jr.
Dinner at the garden.
complains
Tried
once
giving my
again.
name,
Yep.
nothing. Tried giving another name,
Ugh.
Benjamin Franklin.
God
Fucking
damn it.
Cats.
Care about-
What? What is he doing?
You know, ball.
No, they're not. They're not yours.
Carrot's like being careful.
I hope he falls in. I bet you he's gonna knock him off. He fell in! Yay! That's satisfying.
Not your fault, Yoshi.
Yoshi getting blamed for everything.
Wait. Wait. But now we gotta see what it looks like if you say no.
She got blamed
Yeah.
by doing
Save-
for doing
save-
absolutely nothing.
See if we say no.
Yoshi getting blamed for doing
And
absolutely
Carrot's like, oh
nothing.
no. Carrot feels
So
like
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
If
even
I remember,
matter.
yeah, like cutscene still happens anyway though. But I think it's kind of funny though is that at least Kamek at least acknowledges it. It's not your fault.
Yoshi gets blamed either way.
Yes, if you, no, yes, if you answered honest, this is all your fault. Like,
Yeah,
honestly,
sure.
here's the funny part. Does it matter in particular though? Okay. Now remember, this is the Bert thing.
No, it's another Obelix.
Like basically inflated him, basically, and he just pulls up his pants. Bert the Ball. Which it is kind of neat they gave us a Bert fight and later on. And you get little funny little the Berts, mini Berts though, just like doing the whole like
And he again dies from embarrassment.
Honestly,
Mm.
it's kind of funny you have to come bring back that little gag back though. So honestly, B tier because honestly, the whole gag of Bert getting embarrassed is just too funny. It is too simple.
You want to know my favorite trick?
Fair trick actually just skipping this entire commercial. Next up actually is another fight.
What the heck is this?
Shogun. Shogun of skewers.
They really have a...
You did it.
Otherwise, I would say this fight is actually not too bad though. I think honestly it's better than Yarktopus. But I do like the idea behind it, so I'm gonna give it kind of C tier or B tier though. Now for a
Same.
boss, now for a boss honestly that you'll definitely enjoy.
A train?
Yeah.
Here comes the complaining.
Baby Bowser's still a young child, though.
Yeah, he's still a young
He's
child, so
very
yeah.
black.
It was a gator train.
It's not time your bratty knows.
That's out of
I
your. That's
find
out of.
some of
That's
the,
like,
find some of the
His foot is
games
going down.
chemicals, Baby Bowser, so
hello.
fun.
Hey, what are you gonna do, Yoshi?
Your choice to choose between you, between Baby Bowser, or Kamek. I warn you, Yoshi, you're about to be neck deep in regret. Now, the funny part is, if you say no, seriously, who asked you? Who's really pulling us? The funny part is that you still get to fight anyway, doesn't matter what. But I think it's just look at how fappy he is though. Like it's just kind of funny though. It's so funny.
he
Now
gets
mind
pretty.
you, the boss fight still happens either way, but it's just funny how they have different sort of dialogue options. It is so funny. That's what I like though. Yep, Gator Train. And immediately. Really? Of course they. Oh my god, we gotta deal with some freaking ads though.
It's just wait for a time where they make one of three ads.
There's YouTube Premium, but I'm not gonna go and like spend for. And here comes it.
Same.
So obviously. Here goes a train. And it goes into a tunnel. And then Yoshi chases after in the tunnel. If think about this fight, it's kind of similar to the one from like, the one fight from Donkey Kong Country Returns with the mole train. You know, right? You can sort of think the same kind of way. The funny part is that all the gems seem to all appear inside the bosses and stuff, which is this is kind of a comical thing. Man, they're looking for the gems though. Well, why not check the bosses you actually create though? But oh well. Gator Train, I actually like this fight, so honestly A tier for Gator Train.
Hmm? Fine. We got the purple gem.
Yep. And now,
That's our
now another mid boss though.
what number? What number in Kidney Stone?
Driving me crazy.
Yep.
We're gonna fight.
A giant gear.
Oh my god, it's Kling.
Yep. That was easy.
Yep.
Well, it's in my boss.
Otherwise, honestly, C tier. Now we have two bosses left: Baby Bowser, and also we have Baby Bowser,
Nearly,
and we also have one more fight left.
nearly understood, baby browser.
Baby Bowser, and then Kamek.
For once, Kamek is sound boss. That's
Here
weird.
Wait,
we
wait,
go.
wait, the bonus fight.
The last. Here we go. The last Infinity Stone. Hey, you stole the Infinity Stone.
You should have celebrated early.
That's a funny part, though, if you think about it.
Yep.
Those names
We did
that
everything, though.
Kamek calls him, it's so funny. His puss, his, uh, his,
Yeah.
his, no.
I hope you're proud of yourself. You got all 6 Infinity Stones.
5.
Yeah, five Infinity Stones. I mean, they're literally 15. Not really, but
Biggest, baddest, most awesome.
you wanted to collect the gems of ultimate power for a robot. Well, again, maybe probably.
No, and all they're just standing there, are just doing the thing though, and you have a moment of a thing what's going on with Yoshi's like, oh shit, what's going on?
He's like, oh shit, what's going on, man?
And they all fall.
All my friends are dead, I think. Oh shit, here we go again. That is the most ugliest robot I've ever seen.
Well, it hasn't been finished yet though.
I know.
Though. Let the unhappy smiley thing make its work though.
Okay. My
Thank
point
you,
still stands.
thank you, Safe Light. We didn't want to get an ad right there. You could have waited like
No, my
20 minutes maybe.
No. I need the ad revenue.
The Great King Bowser.
No, seriously. Okay. Yeah, my porn's still sad. It's ugly.
It's not supposed to be part of, but I like the idea of this, how this looks though. Like, I like the idea. It is clever. It's not a giant Bowser fight, but it starts off with this sort of thing though. What I do actually, you will actually kind of enjoy those. Interesting. Is yes, you actually have to literally damage it to actually cause it change strats though.
And you gotta hit the nose.
See, now I use different stuff for strats and stuff. That's squeaky.
Souls.
And you see Yoshi holding on to baby Bowser.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Too big, baby Bowser! Expired!
And now that nice boss, 999.
Yep. That's the best phase of this part.
Fight really a slot machine.
You notice how the bar number goes down a little bit each time?
Mm-hmm. What the?
Yeah.
Yep, we'll be taking all our Infinity Stones back. After this ad, of course.
Thank you, Ad, for the right timing for that whole thing. Just kidding, we
Yep.
Just back it
I
again.
love screwing with someone.
Yeah.
And he knocks the gems out.
Yep. He gets shrunken back down to size.
Yep.
Pokies.
And Baby Bowser disappears, and that's it for him.
Yep. You will never see him again. Well, actually, no, we probably will see him again.
Yeah, pretty sure we'll get everything back to normal. And the funny part is that the tree itself then decides to go for a wish, though. And you end up getting a nice little, fun little boat to take it back home, though. But otherwise, I like this Baby Bowser fight. Actually, S tier. Because, honestly, you gotta fight this fight when you have to do the whole challenge in mind. Not only with speed, but also with, like, not taking any damage. It is actually a very difficult fight when you actually have to, like, limit yourself in what you do. Like, it is definitely a harder fight. Now we have the final battle.
Against the wizard.
That fight's gonna be relatively easy. But I gotta show you actually my version after this. And obviously it's Tin Can, except instead, it's Kamek, who has now a multi-personality fight gimmick though. See, Kamek himself starts to change up how he uses this fight though, which is actually a kind of a neat little feat idea they do. And yes, they also like even the Great King Bowser fight. Granted, it does look much easier, but I really did not like the giant Yoshi that machine though.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's an optional fight though, to be honest. But let me see if I can show mine when I did the fight.
I need to go. It's late for me.
So yes,
Okay. We should do first also try to grab some
Okay.
as well for the.
so you can see this fight. First off, let's see. Never did this fight though. So actually,
Let's do.
this is me with my
Hey, nice hat.
time.
Also, we should do first also try to grab some eggs as well for the. Alright. Do you plan ahead? I'm not. That's stretch I want to try to do. Oh, jump. Okay, so first off, let's try to grab some eggs, okay? And.
Dude, why are you flying? Wait. Ah! Help! Okay. It's my egg now. No, you bitch! No, you fucker! Get out of here. Got him, somehow.
Boom!
Got him. Good job. It only took all of our hits. We only have one each. Dude, get the fuck off me. You missed it. Why'd you make? No! You killed me!
I'm gonna try to.
You son of a- Jesus.
Oh
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, I'm dead anyway, so I'm gonna. So here.
Well, pencils. We don't have any way to punish him, so we're just gonna die.
So yes. Oh. Obviously, if you do start any damage though,
We don't really have a way to. Oh, you have an egg. Alright. Ow, fuck you. Good. Use the egg.
No. I'll run. You stay on.
You gotta. Damn it. No! We got killed.
The pencil is definitely. So.
you can definitely see how difficult this fight is. Honestly,
I guess.
I'm gonna recommend. Honestly, I'm actually gonna recommend this video if you want to watch. I'm not gonna show the full version, but if you want to watch me from nearly over 5 years ago, like playing a fight that is actually relatively difficult, like. Like, I recommend watching this fight though, recommend watching this battle though, because it is actually a difficult one. Now, honestly, overall, the Kamek fight itself is A tier. It's a really good fight though. In general, it's also difficult, but I think honestly, it's not much better you can do though. So, in my opinion though, this tier list as a whole is actually fairly solid. So, in your opinion, which fights do you really feel like honestly kind of deserves higher praise than others? You know, in your opinion.
Yeah. Definitely the Bowser, like the Bowser.
Bowser fight from what game?
Wait, are we talking about which game has higher praise?
No. Which one would you say would deserve better praise?
The Bowser fight in, Crafted World.
Crafted World? No, Crafted World is one I gave.
Yeah.
I only gave 3 Baby Bowser fights high praise, and that being the original, Woolly World, and Crafted World. While Yoshi's New Island, I gave the regular Baby Bowser kind of a pitiful rating, and then I gave the regular Bowser fight an okay rating, and a New Island I gave very much okay rating, with also Yoshi's, you know, maybe also Yoshi's story also having that sort of thing. Overall, Yoshi games are not known for having like really solid fights. Some are kind of better than others, but I would say honestly, if anything, if you want to give Yoshi games some good praise, they at least do a solid with their gimmicks, and that is honestly the best way I can describe it. Yoshi games do what they do with how they do it. That's why I'd say it. And honestly, in my opinion, solid tier list as a whole, and solid fights as a whole as well. And even when they use the repeat fights, which you know, uh,
Yeah.
what's his name? You know,
Mm,
what
you
Stardust was
mean
saying.
him?
What Stardust was saying. In a way, yes, I understand completely. But in a way, I do kind of feel like actually with the Yoshi games though, having the repeat fights for some things in particular does work pretty well. And also having a repeat enemy you face off against is a cool idea. I like the idea of having a repeat of having literally you fight. Like first off, you battle. Well, in Yoshi's New Island, you battle Kamek 6 times as a mid boss, which is a mid boss for each world, which is a cool idea. I like the idea. In Yoshi's Woolly World, you fight Montgomery the Monty Mole and Notwing the Koopa. That's a pretty solid concept for battling some enemies in particular.
Yeah.
And I like that. I like Deep Focus. I like how actually those bosses get a chance to at least shine in particular. So, in my opinion, though, if you really want to actually give them more focus, if they ever do another Yoshi's Island game, I think honestly there's just a few things in mind they probably should do. One, we get another Piranha Plant style boss because those are always seem to be very common in the Yoshi games. You get like one, two, three, four Piranha Plant style bosses. Don't give us this giant green bean from New Island. Okay?
Okay.
Don't give us that. But give us actually something related to like Yoshi's. Give us a Piranha Plant and give us actually some unique fights though, unique bosses though. But even then, their fights are still not difficult as a whole, which are actually kind of a nice touch though.
Yep.
Otherwise, Yoshi's Island is really good. And I recommend you play Yoshi's Island. I recommend you play all the Yoshi games. Play them all. Okay? Play them all. Yoshi's Story as well. Yoshi's Story is easy. Yoshi's New Island has, you know, its own stuff in particular. But I would say this is on something in particular I'd recommend you get and you play.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to do it a little bit, in case of Yoshi, most of the Yoshi games though are single player though, so we won't have to worry about it too much though. But for Yoshi's Woolly World and Yoshi's Crafted World, play multiplayer. Okay, multiplayer.
Okay.
That's what I recommend. Because the reason why, because playing these fights in multiplayer is actually a lot of fun. That's what I recommend doing.
All
Otherwise,
right.
I can't see what else I would say though. Any other thoughts you want to kind of give?
Uh, not really, actually.
No thoughts on the game?
Like the game. Yeah, not really.
Granted, Yoshi games are not known for being difficult. So you saw a lot of these fights are pretty easy. But then you saw me and my one friend, Garrett, when we were playing the fight, and we had issues.
Yeah.
We had issues to fight though. It was not
Oh,
easy. It was a difficult fight though.
Are those Garrett playing with you?
Yes, that was.
Huh.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that was maybe Jack or
No.
Chase.
Look at 2019. This was also very option. You commented this video, remember? For a long time ago. This is was literally 6 years ago. 6 years ago from today, I actually was fighting this Kamek fight, struggling trying to beat this fight, and eventually getting to the point of like basically this, which I'm gonna show right here though.
What was that snipe? What was that?
Here we go. So obviously, here's another. Obviously, audio's not as right because remember this is an old one, and you can see both me and Garrett working together in this fight. In fact, we're working together in this fight. We're actually trying to team up. With him actually being the one actually kind of aiming, with me also being. In fact, we're actually working together in this fight. This is actually sort of a teamwork thing. So honestly, in this case though, literally works actually was working together though. We're trying to do it without actually.
No, I knew.
And we almost got.
We did take some hits. Okay.
I mean, it was completely unnecessary, but yes, we took some hits.
The thing is that.
Well, I'm dead. Just stay alive long enough for me to come back. Okay. Shit. Dude. No, we had eggs. We had everything. No. You. What was that snipe?
I sacrificed of the bear.
Oh my god.
You saw that right there.
No.
His reaction.
I think it was me. It was I sniped Kamek, and then I hit it, which was a little combo.
What was that snipe?
I sacrificed of the bear.
Oh my god.
I actually was sparkling. I sacrificed at the last minute.
And then you and I have to work together. So we work together in this fight right here, which is pretty difficult.
That was a super smart snipe.
And remember, this is regular fight though. We haven't done the achievements yet.
Oh,
You wanna get the next one?
really?
Because at the very end though, it requires us to work together though.
I got it.
Alright, I'll let you do it.
Good one.
And we have to do the same at the same time. Ready? Alright.
Now, the funny part is it's supposed to be very straight though, but I always struggle with this fight though at the very end though.
We did it.
We did it.
We did that part. Hold on. This might not be the last wave. This probably isn't the last wave. This. Go. No! I released it too soon. I'm sorry. That was it. Yes.
No, looks like Kamek's blasting off again.
Well, we did it.
You know what? I'm gonna. Yeah, that Team Rocket like reference was actually timed perfectly.
Yeah.
Basically for 100%. You know what we have to do?
Seriously.
Here's the fun part. Here's the thing though. We beat the level though.
Oh.
You play the boss challenge.
So it's, here's how you have to do that. So, for taking any damage.
This is how you do. So imagine no platforms falling, not taking any damage, and that sort of thing. And yes, I actually did this. We did this. Granted, we actually were kind of smart. We chose to do some challenges separately. So we did them separately. So honestly, I recommend watching this entire stream though, if you haven't already.
Yep. So yeah, you and Gary did this, but
But
what do you,
trust me, it is
how
honestly.
how
And if you were to ever to ask him about that, like if he remembers, he may not remember this fight in particular though. But because the fight, the way it works though, it is honestly by far the most creative. Like this Kamek fight is by far one of the most challenging battles you've ever had. And yes, Kamek honestly deserves to have a some creativity on this whole fight in particular. And that's what I recommend. Like, give Kamek some good praise with these fights, though. And also, Yoshi's Island deserves praise for what it did for its fights and for its game and stuff.
Yep. And I actually have been actually playing Yoshi's Island.
The original Yoshi's Island?
Yeah, I played the original on it. So.
Yeah, you're playing the GBA version, right?
Oh no! Actually, I was playing the SNES version.
Doesn't matter which version you play. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
because
Doesn't matter which version you play.
Because it's the same game.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. So the,
Doesn't matter which version you play, though. Otherwise, I would say this is a really solid tier list. I would say honestly,
yep.
there's really no bosses that really get bad rep. You know, no boss deserves bad rep. The only boss I would say really deserves only boss I could really honestly say that would deserve a bad rep in particular is, if I have to be honest, Cloud and Candy. That's the only boss I can honestly say deserves like low rating.
Yeah.
Or even actually Yoshi's Island DS, or even actually the first major boss, which is the um Goomy guy, the giant ball with the big balls on the person's face. Really, a lot of first bosses are relatively samey, but no matter what, I would say definitely give this tier list a try if you haven't already.
Mhm. Definitely.
But yes, this is Yoshi's Island. You know, boss Yoshi's Island game, Yoshi's game though in particular. And if you ever get new Yoshi games though, it'd be cool to see what we get though.
I'm pretty sure we probably will get like another Yoshi game, like for. I hope so.
That is true. But yes, thank you guys for joining this little stream though, because I figured honestly it's kind of fun to have. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye guys. See you next time.